I'm Tara, aka Spirit Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit Teaching Employment Itself, TikTok 1974 My Soul, and also live on my Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always recommend, suggest, and I really encourage you to read the description on the YouTube channel, Spirit Teaching Employment Itself, to get a better understanding of what it is that I do bring forward. Many of you know I have a lot of my life experiences, but I scroll through TikTok because I use it as a research tool. Okay? Find out, where people are in their journey, where you are with respect to political views and, things happening in the world. Okay? And if you laugh, if you laugh, you can catch on my head. But as I say, keep your hands to yourself, but by all means, bring it energetically. And every time I start doing my videos, I would see my camera glitches. Wow, I must say. So, you love me, hate me, like me, love me. But there's a lot of talk about me and about the vaccines and what have you. Okay? How many of you have took the time to read with regards to the sexual sterilization? Okay? How many of you have taken the time to do that? It's the Sexual Sterilization Act, 1928. It was done up by doctors, therapists, farmers, government officials, the ones that you go to every day or look to. I said it, people say wolf in sheep's clothing. Well, it was never the wolf in the sheep's clothing. It was always the wolf in the shepherd's. That was the boy who always cried wolf, because if he did that, when he did run and cry wolf, then he could destroy as many sheep as he wanted, and nobody would come find out and realize that, the shepherd was the wolf in sheep's clothing. So we're going to talk today, I'm going to bring forward today about the Sexual Sterilization Act, the different questions that I have with regards to the knowledge today. Okay? Because I wanted to know how they would do it. And whoever is sending that at me, seriously, I must have hit a nerve. And you must be part of it. Okay? Because, I was asking Google a bunch of a few different questions. Snapshot it and brought it up. Also brought the Sexual Sterilization Act up, and along with the compulsory sexual sterilization. A lot of the time, they were doing the sexual sterilization without you knowing, right? So do you actually believe that they ever stopped using that? Because if they could legally do it when it first came out in 1928, fucking almost damn near a century ago, and you don't think that they're using it now because they have human rights, like the Human Rights Act and whatnot? Wait a minute. Please inform me and enlighten me as to how many of you have seen them actually fend for the people with regards to human rights. They try to convince people with mental health issues that, hey, taking your, allowing us to take your life for you is okay. But you're in trouble if you try to take your own. No, I guess they like the pleasure of doing it for you. Like I said, okay, I'm going to go to a main part, okay, because I asked Google with regards to modern day sterilization, sexual sterilization. So I was asking, this is not what I'm trying to ask. So I had to come right out and ask it. Have they ever used injections for sexual sterilization? Oh, I feel that. Yes, it is. You know, so interestingly, right here, you can Google it. Have they ever used injections for sexual sterilization? Why, yes. Medical injections have been used and studied for sexual sterilization and reducing sex drive, primarily known as chemical castration or non-surgical sterilization. These methods use hormonal and chemical shots to stop fertility or lower hormone levels. What has been happening to everyone with regards to, these things are going in, freely lining up for and saying, oh, it's science. Yeah. And they have that science mastered as to how to sterilize you without you even knowing it. There's your science. But, go away. If this is not a topic that you want to hear about and you want to put your ears like a little child, but then you're saying about how hormone levels have dropped, sex drive has dropped. How many people has lost sex drive? And how many more of you have lost your hormone level has gone down, your sex drive has gone down, especially, let's say, in the past 6 years. Because that was one that was pushed on you, the flu shots. So if you go into the sexual sterilization, it actually tells you exactly who the people are that's doing it to you and how they're doing it to you. I believe they call us feeble-minded. Mental health issues, they're doing it through MAID, and hey, line up, and we'll put you to sleep. Many people, if you don't want to comprehend this and you want to say that it's bullshit, that's required. It's, weird. Okay, let's go. We'll do that because we want this. Right there. And to the ones that believe my channel is a bullshit, really? Aren't these the very things that, like, I bring forward? Aren't they the very things that you question? But I'm just brave enough to put my face out there. I'm brave enough to put myself out there, whether I feel crazy to others or not. It's called courage. Huh. they cut it off because I read it one day. I read the whole sexual sterilization. That should actually be public accessible, right? It's an act. The public is supposed to be able to get access to it, correct? Why would you prevent the sterilization act? Seriously, because it should be general knowledge. You have every other act out there that is available to the public. Is the sexual sterilization act? You say part of history, right? So why are you trying to erase history? Oh, right. Okay. Give the overview. The Sexual Sterilization Act was a law enacted in 1928 by a legislative assembly of Alberta, Canada, supported by influential social groups. The act was aimed to redress social problems by preventing the transmission of personality traits deemed undesirable to offspring, and therefore allowed for sterilization of mentally disabled. Who determines who's mentally disabled? That's where they're trying to bring in insane asylums, right? With all due respect, the ones that created the Sexual Sterilization Act, they should be first to go in there because they're the ones that's trying to cause harm to people. That's the same as who was it? Hitler was doing. They had World War One. Get over 1918, right around the same time as the Spanish flu came out, and they were giving you vaccines then, but they were treating it as a bacteria opposed to what they classed as a virus. And I even did the finding out that at the same time there were independent scientists researching to find out with regards to the wave of the pandemic in sync with the solar flares, the solar flashes, what have you, solar storms. So they started injecting people. Look up and see if it was happening in World War. The same thing was happening in World War II. We were the undesirables. That's how they put it. The undesirables. So mentally disabled people, they're trying really hard to get you to unalive you. Like, willingly have them unalive you because they get a kick at it. They tell you you're not allowed to take your own life, but they can take it for you. Yeah, how does that make sense? At that time, in eugenics, argued that mental illness, mental retardation, epilepsy, alcoholism, pauperism, pauperism, certain criminal behaviors, and social defects such as prostitution and sexual perversion were genetically and determined and inherited. Okay, let's see. Who do you put at the top of the tree? You put your shepherd there, right? The one you go to for your advice, the one that you believe is doing what's best for you. You go to your shepherd, right? So criminal behaviors, what are most criminal behaviors caused from? The criminals they're talking about are, like people who are trying to feed themselves for they have to feel that they have to steal, or they have to feel that they have to sell their own body in order to survive. Mental health, what's that caused from? The very thing that you look up to, the system, is caused from the system. So it's caused from the very people that want to sexually sterilize you and say that you are feeble-minded people. Further, it was widely believed that persons with these disorders had a higher reproduction rate than the normal population, leading to a gradual societal decline. Why do people procreate at rapid rates? People procreate due to stress and feeling they're going extinct. Right? You think of a rabbit. What does a rabbit do? When it feels it's going extinct, it pump, 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 pump. There's where your baby boomers came from. So alcoholism, that is caused from a system. You take the drink, yes, but what causes you to become an alcoholic or a drug addict? What causes you to have an addiction? It's usually your upbringing in your life, correct? I'm not saying that the higher ups, because a lot of them have their own alcoholic problems. Your president actually has a drug problem, but it's allowed. His is normally through ADHD medication. Let's tweak now. Because if you're not ADHD and you take these medications, what happens? Holy fuck, you're wired for sound. How do I know that? Because, years ago, I had taken some Dex, and, it was stimulating for sexual arousal. I don't advise you to do that. Prostitution and sexual perversion. Well, the ones that are the sexual perversion, you're finding out that they are the ones that are the top of the chain, right? Those are your shepherds, the ones you follow. Will I keep saying that it's your shepherd? You're fucking right. You're following them, right? What do? You say you're the sheep, but the shepherd is actually the wolf in sheep's clothing. It's not the wolf hiding with the fucking sheep. It's the wolf standing in front of you and leading you. Huh. Criminal behaviors, like I said, they say it's hereditary. Well, that's their way of life. That was their upbringing because in the beginning, that's how they felt that they can only do it. But the biggest criminals are sitting at the top. Correct? But that's where you're blinded. You're blinded by a false light. But you keep hurting me. Like I seen Camilla Harris or whatever. She was doing a video with regards to Donald Trump coming in and saying that, to vote, people are going to have to show either a passport or the birth certificate. I don't agree with a lot of stuff that Donald Trump says, but that is one thing that I do agree with, considering the people that said that uh, the voting polls were rigged and they were rigged because dead people were on the vote. So yes, I do agree that a birth certificate or a passport should be presented at the time of your voting. But I also believe that birth certificates should actually be free. During the time the Sexual Sterilization Act was in effect, 4,800 cases were proposed for sterilization in the province of Alberta, and which 99% received approval. Examination of sterilization records demonstrates that legislation did not apply equally to all members of society. So this was done in Alberta. And Alberta, you're the toughest fucking asses of Canada. You're the ones that think your shit don't stink. But have you ever smelled your province? Specifically, the act was disproportionately applied to those in socially vulnerable positions, including females, children, and unemployed persons, domestic servants, royal citizens, unmarried, institutionalized persons, Roman and Greek Catholics, and person of Ukraine, Native, and Métis ethnicity. Controversial even at the time of its introduction, the act was repealed in 1972. So they were using it from 1972, but hey, I believe they're doing it a different way now. And I believe that the way they're doing it now, let's see, somewhere let's see. Oh, let's see. Have they ever used injections for sexual sterilization? As well, yes. So what is the quickest and the most deceiving way? And why were they pushing these vaccines on everybody? Because you say, oh, well, because it was spreading so fast. They even did another video prior to this, where with regards to the immune system, you say about science, but you don't fucking follow it. You follow big pharma. Because science says that your immune system, your natural immune system, is the way to be. Because it is the defense. So, they're pushing it on people so fucking hard. Women had miscarriages. Fertility rates went down even more. There's your sexual sterilization act being pulled and snuck behind you because that's what they were doing. Okay, so we'll read this. Okay. Yes, medical injections have been used in studies for sexual sterilization and reducing the sex drive, primarily known as chemical castration or non-surgical sterilization. These methods use hormonal and chemical shocks to stop fertility or lower hormonal levels. And if you don't want to believe that some of these injections are actually causing mental disturbance within your children, that's where you're fucking sadly mistaken. You better go educate yourself. So yes, I do take the side with regards to that stuff. With R.F. Kennedy, considering, he was an environmental lawyer and he took other stuff. You can laugh all you want. I didn't say I agree with everything he said. Types of injection and sterilization. Chemical castration. Doctors use hormonal lowering shots like LHRH, Adronis, AGONISTS, or Meter. See, even like they don't want you to know what the fuck it is that they are talking about. So let's look up these words, okay? I guess someone's pissed off because the picture just fell off my wall. The things blow off because it's been there for years. Okay. Hey, agonistus, AGONISTS, is a chemical or drug that binds to a cell receptor and activates it to trigger a biological response. It mimics the action of a natural substance in the body. Produces the maximum possible biological response, much like it says to receptors, but produce only a submaximal or partial response, and in reverse, bind the same receptor that causes an action opposite to that of a standard. So now we're going to go to the other one, because I can't even fucking pronounce that. Medrodoxy procrystalline. Holy shit, man. MEDRO. Why? Is a synthetic porcine hormone used to treat abnormal urine bleeding response in menstrual periods and prevent urethral lining overgrowth during estrogen replacement therapy. But see, they're using that in the opposite effect. High doses occasionally used for specific hormone-dependent cancers. Injections use long-acting birth control and indemnous pain relief. So they're injecting you with both they've already tried doing birth control on men, but men say, "Oh, well, it's too much. We get a few pains here and there." Think of a woman. Seriously, you say you're man. We're tough, but you can't even handle a few side effects. Seriously, we'll sterilize the women, but you want to keep certain ones so that you can procreate, right? Like I said, you all should be the first to go into the insane asylums because you are batshit crazy for fucking doing what you're doing to people, and it is a human right because it's that they can't do it now because it's a human rights issue. No, but they did sneak it before, right? So who's to say they're not sneaking it now, considering you're pushing it up? You're voluntarily going, but not knowing what you're going for. So, to the science buffs, you're not following actual real science. You're following science of chemical castration. You're following big pharma, not true science. Am I saying that certain sciences don't work? No. But my question is, why are they trying to use these big words when you can actually simplify it? That meta whatever the fuck it is. Oh, hey, we're inserting birth control into your vaccines. Seriously. Big words for such little people, right? And in all honesty, I wouldn't care if you left me die or not. You already did. Especially, like, they'll say that it's women, okay? And I got a part here where it says, especially women that stand up. Well, what's happening right now? The divine feminine is finding herself, right? Whether you're experiencing it in a male body or a female body, the divine feminine is rising, and that's what they want to stop. Because the divine feminine is the one that's going to fucking call you out. Types of injections, sterilization, chemical castration. Doctors use hormone lowering shots, like I said, to reduce testosterone, sex drive, and historical and legal use. Countries like the United States, South Korea, and several European nations use the injection as legal contraception, targeting institutionalized populations, exerting pressure through medical staff within marginalized environments such as correctional facilities, immigration detention centers, or underfunded regional healthcare networks where independent oversight is. Vulnerable moments in care, or sorry, yeah, vulnerable moments in care. The veggie Leveraging, good at spelling or reading. You can always do it yourself, but hey, most people would rather not. High stress medical environments, such as immediately before and during childbirth or emergency operations, to rush or obscure informed consent protocols. So when a woman is in labor, oh, would you like to go through this all over again? Here, we can help you with that. You know, it might have fucking hurt, but I do it again. Even if it did fucking be a written a whole new way. Farming as public health policy, distinguishing rejected reproductive policies under fiscal or administrative justifications such as reducing future state costs for social welfare, foster care, or managing chronic disability and public health burdens. They see you as a public health burden. You are taking from their greedy fat asses. You are the ones that are producing the very things that, these ones that want to castrate you chemically or, cut your parts open so that they can haul your uterus in. Yeah, were you trying to punish me when you gave me my hysterectomy? I say that because when they did my hysterectomy, she put the IV in. She looked away. I could see under the skin. The IV was lifting up. And then when she took the solution, she pushed it so fucking hard. None of it went in. It all went over my hand and my arm. She took a cloth and dabbed it, and then took a bunch of tape and wrapped it around my hand. Said, "Hey, let's hope that it doesn't fall out during surgery." Well, it didn't have to worry about it falling out during surgery. There wasn't fucking anything in it. So I woke up halfway through surgery. Mind you, everything was black, but I could fucking feel you cutting my insides and pulling them out my fucking vagina. And you weren't like, yeah, no fucking wonder you hurt after surgery. They're not very easy on you. They're pretty fucking rough. No wonder you have fucking problems after surgery. You're probably filled with infection afterwards. So no, I'm not going to be nice, and I'm not going to be fucking light about darkness. I'm going to fucking make it shine. How implications would likely be, how information would likely be approached today. So I asked about, let's go back here because, this was part of this. Because I asked if they were to implement the Sexual Sterilization Act in today's time, how would they go about doing it? If a government were to attempt to implement a stationary sexual sterilization program today, it would face massive constitutional, legal, and human rights heralds that did not exist when historical acts like those in Alberta and British Columbia were active in the 20th century because it was, they all got together and decided, even your farmers. Modern legal and medical frameworks would force a very different, highly bureaucratic and covert approach compared to the overt energetics board of the past, really, unless you put in people that would fucking ignore human rights and the Constitution. Legal and constitutional obstacles. Civil rights violation in Canada. Modern law would immediately violate sections of the Canadian Charter rights Hold on, my. And freedom, specifically Section 7, right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and Section 15, equality of equally rights. But they've already violated that. They violated your right when they pushed the vaccine on you. And to the people that say you didn't have to get it, people's jobs were threatened, their livelihoods, the very thing that they used the Sexual Sterilization Act for. So here, here I have it right here. It's highlighted in blue. Legal rights, life, liberty, and security of person. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived, therefore expected in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. So you are already going against the Charter of Rights, but who's doing something about it? I'm just bringing things forward, and you use your fucking common sense. The very thing that everybody talks about, but doesn't use it. So to the vaccinated people, keep your fucking trap shut. If you got fucking vaccinated, you got vaccinated. You have no idea why these other people didn't get vaccinated, nor is it any of your goddamn fucking business. You're just as bad as the ones who created the Sexual Sterilization Act. And I'm going to ask you, are you the fucking descendants of them? Go wake up now. You talk about sleepy Joe Biden. I think you're the one that's asleep. So then, where is it? The equal Section 15. Equality rights. Oh, look at that. I even have that highlighted, but I have it highlighted in green. I did this one. Before and under law, equality, protection, and benefits of law. Every individual is equal before and under the law and has the right to the equal protection and equal benefits of the law without discrimination, and in particular without discrimination based on race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, sex, age, or mental or physical disability, which, they're pulling the Sexual Sterilization Act right now. And who are they going after? Those very people, right? I think it was the states or some places. What were they doing? They were trying to bribe people. Here, I'll give you a voucher for fucking McDonald's if you go get your vaccine. And who was that attracting? People who needed food, people who had an addiction to fast food. Oh yeah, is it? Because you are the very people that they want to sexually sterilize. Or with physical disability. Shit, man, they want to kill the whole fucking population. But you know what? The ones that should go first are the very ones that are trying to implement it. Because they are the problem of the world. And if you don't want to believe this one, then have the other. Yeah. The Constitution and the amendment. And legislation of the United States. Along with the amendments. You know, they say you should read it. You should actually fucking know. It's like, you know, you should actually get knowledgeable instead of shooting your face off at somebody who is. How do you like following the rules? How to be a fucking donkey. A donkey will attack the fucking wolf to protect the sheep. Criminalization. Contemporary legislative efforts, such as proposed federal amendments to classify forced or coerced sterilization as a specific criminal offense. That's what they're doing, right? They penalize you, but that's against the Constitution. I just read it. Sila ko to pore kenamota da isita da sila to turisi ka labara sa laboran mo. Oh, you don't understand that. You always holler at people. Gusto to pore. No, it won't calm down. That's the problem. Too many people are fucking calm about it. Go out now. Proposed federal amendment classified forced, coerced sexual sterilization as a specific criminal offense, aggravated assault means explicit state mandate sterilization is legally toxic. That's what they did. They threatened your jobs. They divided families. So no, you shouldn't be fucking calm about it. You should be getting right in your fucking faces. You set up with all this judicial secretine, C or SCRUTINE, sanctity. Today, non-therapeutic sterilization of vulnerable or disabled individuals require intense individualized court oversight and strict legal guardianship evaluation rather than administrative rubber stamping. How implementation would likely be approached today. How implementation would be approached today. Instead of open, explicit eugenics legislation, many modern day resurgence of systematic sterilization would likely bypass normal public acts and instead exploit systematic vulnerabilities within existing public administration. You hear that? Or do you need your government to afford hearing aids for you so you can turn the volume up? Administrative coercion in healthcare, utilizing implicit pressure, financial incentive, or conditioning access to vital social assistance, housing, and healthcare services on agreeing to permanent or long-acting reversal contraception. Just what I said. They hold it over your head. How do you like your board? Seriously. How do you like your fucking lord? Do you know what a lord is? You say landlord. It lords over you. You have what you class as your god. Okay? A jealous God. Give it to me. How many of you? Because I come across the video where they're saying about Moses, Deuteronomy, and I actually had a Freemason talk to me about Deuteronomy because it was Moses who implemented the government and told you how to govern the people. Did I just bring biblical aspect into it? Yes, because you're in fucking Revelations, right? These are supposed to be your saviors. These are supposed to be the ones that brought us forward, which I just told you. The wolf is actually the fucking shepherd. It ain't with the sheep. The shepherd leads you to the path. Really? Like, do you fucking get it yet? Targeting institutionalized populations. Exerting pressure through medical staff within marginalized environments such as correctional facilities, immigration detention centers. I read this before, but I can read it now because it goes with the same. Or underfunded regional healthcare network where independent oversight is. So, they're getting rid of your small hospitals so that they can implement everybody into a big hospital. And, I was in the psychiatric unit in 2021. I woke up in my room, and my room was full of smoke. Where did the smoke fucking come from? Please enlighten me on that. And when I went out and I told them about it, oh, well, it must be the smokestacks way on the other fucking end of the hospital, which they were windows you could not fucking open up. Like, goddamn! You put them in the fucking chamber, asshole! Put the pudding I got this here. If people don't get what they're witnessing right now, better go get your head checked and read the Bible. You're not bringing the Bible into it because it's a fucking book of it's their version of their constitution. Questo potrebbe, ti lascio la testa. And then they'll vulnerable moments in care. That's where I said, like, limiting high stress medical environments. So overloading the system. What did they do during your COVID? How many of you had the face masks on and your face just kept getting itchy? Holy shit. Huh, you're real smart, aren't you? And then you say, you say about the ventilators. What happens if you have too much oxygen? Do any of you know? If not, go look it up because it's not up to us to do all the work. What happens if you are exposed to too much oxygen? Here, let me enlighten you just a little bit, and you can go do the rest. Breathing too much oxygen causes oxygen toxicity, which damages cells and tissues by creating harmful reactive molecules. This leads to lung damage, breathing trouble, chest pain, and brain effects like dizziness or seizures. Huh. Wasn't that the very thing that was happening to the patients in the hospital? Wow. And you'll tell me I'm stupid. And it's my bullshit training. Go fuck yourself. Lung effects, chest pain, dry cough, throat irritation, fluid in the lungs, trouble breathing, brain and nerve effects, dizziness, headaches, blurred vision, muscular twitching, seizures. If you or someone else is experiencing severe shortness of breath or chest pain from supplement oxygen, please seek emergency medical help right away. Would you like to know more about the safe limits of oxygen therapy and or it says for sleep oxygen again, but I'm a stupid one. And to the ones that say, "Oh, well, you weren't in the emergency, you weren't in the ICU, you didn't see what was going on." No, you didn't have to be according to this because you're fucking killing the people with too much fucking oxygen. Oh, crank it up, they're not breathing well. No fucking wonder. Where'd you get your goddamn fucking credentials? Oh, yeah. I thought they stopped giving those all out in the Cracker Jack boxes a long fucking time ago. Oh, yeah? Please. Oh, my God. I pull this down. Targeted institution population. I use that. Institution populations, one of it was, the psychiatric unit when they tried to fucking gas me. And don't say you didn't try to gas me because fucking smoke just don't show up in a psychiatric room with the door fucking closed and you can't even open the fucking window. If it was a smokestack, like, fuck, I think you better get it checked. Fuck, people wake up. Targeting institutionalized populations, exerting pressure through medical staff within marginalized environments such as correctional facilities, immigration detention centers, and underfunded regional healthcare networks for independent oversight. Okay. So, exerting pressure through medical staff. So, nurses were like, I'm going to ask how many of those people were unknowingly injected because family members were not even know what they said about, you weren't there when we had to put them in bags. No fucking wonder people weren't there when they had to be put in bags because you wouldn't let them be the last moments with their family. Oh, that's the language for a lady. I ain't a lady right now. Vulnerable moments in healthcare. I just read that. Okay. Now let's go up to the Sexual Sterilization Act. Oh, during the time of the Sexual Sterilization Act. Oh yeah, okay. So I said go to Native and Indigenous. The Sexual Sterilization Act was first introduced into the legislation on March 5th, 1927, but due to a crowded session and unclear bill format, it was pulled from the schedule. On February 23rd, 1928, George Huntington, Minister of Health, reintroduced the bill with a comment regarding the growing burden of taxpayers in caring for immigrants and mentally disabled persons. As persons. Much controversy surrounded the bill, and eventually, in March 1928, the People's League to Act was formed. The League was membership numbers of several hundred, retained counsel, and consisted of constitutionally of the Sexual Sterilization Act. Despite their efforts, the act was given royal assent on March 21st, 1928. So, buying your membership, are you? The countries are buying your membership. What was that $1 billion thing for? Or, be part of the peace board or what the fuck have you? Should you have to pay to be part of a peace board? Hmm. For the purpose of the act, the Alberta Eugenics Board was formed. So I had somebody who knew what the eugenics is because they were so smart. But, with all due respect, we're part of the problem. The board was to be composed of 4 members. What's that sound like? 4 members. The founding fathers, the 4 founding fathers. 4 corners of the world. The 4 horsemen. Did I bring that into it? I did, because it's all over fucking Facebook. All the two medical practitioners nominated by the Senate of the University of Alberta and the Council of the College of Physicians. How do you like the two doctors? I'm not saying it's all, but it started with them. Two persons other than medical practitioners appointed by the Lutheran Government and Council. Lieveteant. What is that? Or vice governor is a high officer of state, which exact role and rank vary by jurisdiction. Often the government is deputy, who are ranked under the government, the second in command, rather like deputy. Okay, in India, the United States government, which is second in command. Yeah. Under the terms of the Act, mental hospital inmates could only be discharged with the approval of the medical superintendent, and it was with the superintendent's power to force examination by the eugenics board. That's what they're doing now because people are saying that, they're just taking people. In the unanimous agreement, the board was empowered to appoint a physician and direct sterilization. Such operations were not to be performed unless consent was obtained from the inmate. It could feel competent, if competent, consent from a spouse, parent, guardian, or minister of health if considered incompetent. Further, the Act provided the non-surgical performing operation, the surgeon, non-surgeon. Further, the Act provided the non-surgeon performing an operation to be held liable to any civil action by reason of the operation. Amendments. In 1937, an amendment of the Act was proposed by Dr. W. W. Cross, Social Credit Minister of Health, as the Act was considered too restrictive. It was accepted that sterilization was permitted for the benefit of the human race, not the individual, and as such, consent was no longer deemed a requirement at that time. Albertans, fiercely affected by the Great Depression, believed that sterilization would effect and match unneeded saving in dollars, much needed saving in dollars. The only reason of where they need the saving in dollars is from the ones that are sitting in the power positions. They're the ones that are actually the bane on the system, because they are the ones that are corrupt and taking your funds, putting it into their businesses, their buddies, their corporations. Cattle for the farmers and sheep for the wolf in shepherd's clothing. Aren't you done being herded yet? I don't care if you're like, I got no friends right now, and that's just fine with me because at least I know I have my friends. The act was amended as follows. A distinction was made between psychotic persons and mentally defective persons to create criterion for criteria for sterilization in both categories was no longer solely genetic. The risk of mental injury to the patient or progeny was now included as grounds for sterilization. But see, the thing they wanted me to is that like all of this stuff that people are experiencing, it came from big pharma's wrongdoing. A lot of it stemmed from that because you look, the more they put these needles, look at the deformation, like the mutations of children being born. It's more often than not, right? So who's actually at fault? Is it actually a genetic thing, or is it that you're manipulating the genetics through genetics? So you're punishing the people for your stupidity. You create the problem and say that the people is the problem, the same as your Bible says that the people are the sinners, when the true sinners are the ones that created the system. Why do people think that I tell people to take the Bible and shove it in their fucking hole? Is there stuff in there? Yeah. Don't use it as something to follow. Use it as a learning tool, learning from the past. Could even be the fucking future. You look at what they're doing at the White House or different things, they're making it look like Roman times. But there was a group of people that, they tried taking out the Roman, they infiltrated the Roman, the Greek, and they are the very people that think that they are the supreme. They are the very people that think they are the true ones. Yeah, you boy, go fuck yourself because it's just a mask. Solely genetic. The risk of mental injury, discrimination, are not included in grounds for sterilization was now included as grounds for sterilization. Consent of the person to be sterilized or of the spouse, parent, guardian, or the minister continued to be needed only in the cases of psychotic persons. Maybe I woke up at the time that they were gassing me to take me somewhere. Is that possible? Why or how people end up having memory loss? Memory loss. They give you a pill when you go before you go to bed at the mental health institute, and then psychiatric unit. They're determined to give you pills. They were pushing it on you. Pill push much? Because it wasn't a pill I fucking needed. Because, like I said, there were many, like it's remembering. The testing, the experiments. What, did the lobotomy not work on me? The electrocution? And, I was experiencing electrocution. What I experienced in 2020 was the actual electrocution that hit me. Did I experience what my mom would have went through when you decided that you wanted to do the electroshock therapy on me? Because my mother was never the same. It zombified her. My mom went from being a happy-go-lucky woman to a depressed and lifeless woman who all she did was sit around and smoke and drink coffee. She smoked so for that. There was something she was trying to remember. So don't fucking come to me about shit. And don't tell me my fucking bullshit channel. Because I will fucking climb my bullshit channel right so far up your fucking hole, you will shit for weeks. You're the one that needs the fucking help, not me. And the person, the spirit I'm speaking to knows exactly what wrong. Maybe you should have left me die. And I'm not the only one that feels this way about things. I'm just brave enough and have the courage to speak up about it and play with it like me. It's not like I'm not already talking about it. You knew she was a big well, they don't know it, like they know because I brought it forward. Because I have no shame in it. Nor should anyone else. But they teach people to make you feel like you should have shame. Mental health issues are caused from the very fucking system that you look up to and from the very fucking people that you vote for and you praise. Do you think your fucking royal family wasn't in on it? How the fuck do you think they got all the property they got? You think fucking injections are just now? They'll say, oh, it's just a new thing because they said that, in the Spanish flu, there were no, they had no vaccines or anything. What were they doing in World War II? They were injecting people and gassing people, correct? What was Hitler saying about people? Feeble minded? Do I look very fucking feeble minded? Or just say I was crazy? In addition, the exemption from civil action was extended to include any individual taking part in the surgical operation as well as persons in charge of mental institutions who had caused an inmate to be examined by the eugenics board. Okay, so this here goes against your constitution. Okay, so the United States, the first constitution was in 1789. Canada's first foundational constitution was created when the British Parliament passed the British Nova American Act in 1867. Hmm. So they've been violating the Constitution since they started, and they're trying to force you to go by a biblical, where they're keeping fighting on what they're doing now. So, is the Bible actually a book of the future? Saying certain part, right? But you're saying it was the story at that time. The act underwent another amendment in 1942, this time to specifically broaden the category of mental patients who could be directed to undergo sterilization despite knowledge of Nazi eugenic activity, ATRCO Akaki. The Alberta Eugenics Board intended to increase the pace of sterilization. So that's what was happening. What were they doing? They were burning books and they were sterilizing people and exterminating. What? People didn't like me bringing up that part that Nazi, right? It's part of your history, Brad. It's the history repeating itself. World War One, World War Two, World War Three. All it is fucking history repeating itself, and people are just, oh, you're an anti-vaxxer. Go fuck yourself, vaxxers. You want to be vaccinated? Be vaccinated. Shut your fucking trap about people who don't want to because they know something you don't. God damn you people. Like, it's just one big fucking piss off. Those same people. I had one woman, when I said, like, it's like, come on. Because, I've heard people who got vaccines, they complain about being sick all the time. In all honesty, I don't care anymore. Is that a heartless person? No, I don't care anymore. Because if you want to be that ignorant, Like I said, if you want to get the vaccine, you get the vaccine, but keep yourself nose out of it if somebody else does it. And don't try pushing it on them because, it's saying right here what's fucking going on. And it says it right in your Constitution. And you very people will say about the fucking Constitution when it works for you, right? Why do you think they're trying to fucking manipulate it and, oh, we're going to make all these amendments? Because they're going to amend it to what works for them, not for you. Your president is not supposed to pick sides. Your president is supposed to be unbiased. Your prime minister is supposed to be unbiased. It's to accommodate all persons, not just the ones that you think are all beautiful and then your fucking shit don't stink. Yours smells worse than anyone else's. Despite knowledge, okay, increase the pace of sterilization. Persons with neurosyphilis, epilepsies, with psychosis, mental deterioration, and Huntington's disease could, with consent of the patient, be sterilized. An expectation of consent was made for patients presenting with Huntington's chorea who were also psychotic. That's where people really need to understand it. Psychosis, psychotic, and schizophrenia, and borderline personality disorders, bipolar, ADD, ADHD, autism. That's where you really need to really understand what it is. Because what they put in your mainstream, that's not. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not a scientist. But I do know what I'm talking about. But you say I don't. Because, oh, your science has proved it. Yeah, your science has proved that your body has its own natural immune system for fighting off disease, virus, and bacteria. But yet you keep sticking something in your fucking mouth. That's pharmaceutical science. That's not human science. But you'll laugh. But you won't take the time to do it. Human science studies overall human life, body systems, and health. Pharmaceutical studies focus strictly on how to discover, create, and test and chemical drugs and learn how human organ cells and muscles work twice. Healthy society, study how people grow movement, catch sicknesses, patient care, treat people directly or study public health, pharmaceutical science, drug creation, invent new chemical components in medicines, like putting chemicals in the body that don't belong there. Lab testing, check how a drug acts inside living systems. Safe delivery, make sure pills, shots, or patches release medicine. So why was it that there were so many different vaccines to do the same thing? Seriously, if I don't go into these, like, holistic things, don't be irritated. I'm bringing things forward. What you do with it is entirely up to yourself. I'm not here to debate with you. I'm not here to say you're wrong because I said, if you want to get the vaccine, you get the vaccine. But maybe you should actually do your own research before you go blindly into something that you really know nothing about. You're just going by what somebody's tells you. That's why they put in medical jargon things that you can't understand. That's called pulling the wool over your eyes. That's the deception. That's the deceit. Why not make it in simple terms so every person can understand it? Because if they did that, then you would know exactly what it is they were up to. Appeal. It was not until 1969, under the direction of Peter Longleat, progressive conservative and leader of the opposition, that act was reviewed. Mr. Longleat's party intended to introduce a provincial Bill of Rights and a renewal of existing legislation was directed in an effort to identify potentially conflicting legislation. Mr. Longleat attacked the act on legal and moral grounds, and the Progressive Conservative Party adopted the repeal of the act as part of their platform. So the Progressive Party adopted the adopted repeal of the act as part of their platform. So was that meaning that they tried to take credit for having it came out? Don't know. Adopted repeal. doctors repealing the legislative body or council reforming the cancer results the rules that exist in law or policy once adopted. This rule is no longer valid. I believe that's the thing. Bill of Rights. Dr. Party of the Act. In 1972, David King, MLA, Edmonton Highlands, was successful in introducing a bill to repeal the sexual sterilization. Background. Canadian National Committee for Mental Health. In 1918, which was when the war ended, right? World War I, and that was the same time that Spanish flu took effect. In 1918, psychiatrists C.K. Clark and C. Hennis established the Canadian National Committee for Mental Health. Well, you're pretty poor at it, because, there's so many people that have been in mental health and, they still haven't overcome it because you keep getting killed instead of doing the actual therapy necessary. And it's not about killing someone. I read a document where they said that I was difficult. Aren't you supposed to be trained to work with difficult people? So was it that I was actually a difficult patient in a way that you said I wasn't willing to talk with people or therapy? I thought that I was like a difficult patient, You said it was really. It wasn't me who was the difficult. It's you who are the difficult ones because you don't listen to your patients. Because you have the credentials and you have the pen to write paper, put it on paper, prescription. Okay. Canada National Committee for Health, which is CNCMH. The Canadian National Committee for Mental Hygiene was a self-anointed body. They like doing it themselves, right? But aren't the people supposed to be the ones that choose who sit in power? Was self-appointed body of experts available for consultation regarding mental health issues. The committee claimed that institutionalization of mental degenerates was both expensive and ineffective and prompted the use of preventive measures. So, hey, how do you like being called a degenerate? And these are the very people that you sit in front of and say, hey, we're your therapist, we're your doctors. They see you as a fucking degenerate. You're such a point that you sit on what? You will die. Like, fuck people. Mental degeneracy was both expensive and ineffective and prompted the use of preventative measures. The group was active in working for the testing of students and construction of training schools for mental defectives. Now we're mental defectives. In addition, they advocated for tougher inspection and restriction of immigrants. Many of the immigrants coming in are actually smarter than the ones that are. I know there's the ones that you see the shitting in your waters and everything like that, and throwing garbage like that everywhere. You remember they come from a third world country. That's what they're used to. So instead of shaming them and condemning them, why don't you help them? Oh, right. Because you're racist and prejudiced. You would sooner see them go back to a country that is keeping them unhealthy than actually helping them to teach them how to eat healthy. So, with all due respect, are you actually an advanced country, civilization, if you're doing that to people? Yeah, no. You're just as ignorant as the ones that wanted to, that implemented the sexual sterilization act. Just remember your ancestors likely came from a third world country. And if you say, oh, well, now my ancestors he came from here, really? What about the ones that weren't here before them? Because they had ancestors, right? My question to people is, do you fucking hear yourselves? Or do you need the government to pay for your fucking hearing aids and put them in your ears so you can fucking turn them off? Mental health survey. Perhaps the most influential source of rationalizing sterilization in the province of Alberta came in the form of a mental health survey in 1919, which was right after the war. And people are not supposed to have mental health issues. You create them. You take these people to war. You infiltrate them into the military. You create an act that causes mental health issues. And then I'll say it again. Then you say they're the problem. You were the one that created the problem. You know, I really don't give a shit if you graduated from high school or university. Did you graduate from the school of hard knocks? Did you graduate from a school where you actually see what is fucking bullshit? So a survey in 1919, right after World War I ended, and the Spanish flu was taking place, and everybody got put into solitude there. So you created a massive mental health crisis so that you could say, hey, we need to sterilize you, or we need to exterminate you because you are defective, you are feeble. Dr. Hicks, professor of psychiatry at the University of Toronto and specialist on mental disease, you are the system is the mental disease. And if you haven't fucking figured that out yet, that is the fucking virus. And you are the antivirus to it. You are the one that's going to put it in the light. You're going to see it, and you're going to bring it forward. And anybody who gets in your fucking way, say, I feel sorry for you, and you keep doing it. Mental disease conducted a survey of the province. His goal was to formulate a treatment and training plan for the mentally deceased consent that would best serve society. The survey involved a review of facilities for the mentally abnormal. With all due respect, the ones doing the sexual sterilization was the ones that were mentally abnormal. The results were published in 1921, a report entitled Mental Hygiene Survey of the Province of Alberta. The report notes that those who suffer from mental defect or mental disorder are rightly retarded, as, as social liability, and recommends careful screening of immigrants and the use of sexual sterilization to control the abnormal population. Like I said, it's not the people that's abnormal, it's the ones leading your country that's abnormal, and the ones that constructed this sexual sterilization act, because they are the ones that made you abnormal. Are you awake yet? Give me one. The horns blowing. I'll have keep my horn here just in case I get them. Okay. Dr. Hicks's committee describes the causal link between mental abnormality and mortality, illegitimacy, criminality, prostitution, dependency. Wait a minute! Dependency. Who's the one fucking depending on the system? Who's the one depending on the taxpayers to pay your fucking salary? Who's the ones depending on the population to keep your fucking businesses running? The suggestion that bad behavior and sexual to concern by the public and politicians that these individuals pose a threat to society. Waiting. Who was it? Let me say, oh, with regards to prostitution and immortality. Let's see. Daniel Smith was all for opening up the red light district, right? Didn't that like human trafficking, prostitution? Donald Trump's grandfather in the brothel. Donald Trump owns casinos, which there's prostitution going on there. Are you like? Somebody calls my name irritated. No, I'm not irritated. I'm not the one blaming it. Go Brown knows the shit, man. His diaper's already full. And one's like, there are things that I agree with him, but there are many things that we don't. And there are many things that he has to do. And there's some of them that think, oh, well, we didn't know. We did it. You fucking right, you knew what was going on. And you went along with it. And it doesn't matter what fucking government you're talking about. You went along with it. And I read about the international courts and the UN. And hey, to the UN, it's going to be fucking girls back. And I know there's ones infiltrated in there. But your whole system will be torn down. Done dirty. Done with the dirty. The leaders of your system, the ones who want to remain you want change, you're all good as long as it works for you. But then when it no longer works for you, that's when you pick up the stick. Well, what are you going to do with other people that you start kicking the stick up to because they have told you all along? Tell you right now, you're pretty well. You're already. In addition, the committee assumed that mental abnormality could be detected early in life with various test instruments. No, the sound, noise, certain noises can actually it affects the brain. Right? Lighting affects the brain. It brings forward mental health issues. Sound brings environmental. Most mental health is caused by environmental issues. And there are one I just feel something that, oh, I'm so sorry. Whatever I do is not fucking concerned because voting was always supposed to be private. That's how you actually have fair voting. It's just a shit show. It's worse than rest. Wait, this is ridiculous. You just have to do a bunch of, I would call it vandalism to but the ones that say, oh yeah, what was it? 4,000 people was allowed to go, but even other people who could visit, get together. But you thought it was okay to destroy the vote. Do you know what is actually destroying the votes? It's on like a nexus. If any of you are familiar with nexus, whatever resides on that land is what. So if it's a dark entity, then you will get what you're seeing right now, the destruction of the locals and land. The chaos. I do the thing with regards to, like, what is it, the reflection tool? Do you understand yet what's under the reflective tool? It's a burial. There's a river under the lake. Blue lake there. Super exciting. So the ones that speak up, we are the ones with the mental health issues. With the vision. No, we see through. We see what you are. Whoever controls the White House, they say controls the world, controls the masses, because that's where the original revolution started. What do you think? What when they put the Statue of Liberty there, people say, "Oh, that's stupid." Okay? But what they were actually telling you is that's where it all began. And the White House is where they're telling you. But you won't believe that. And they can believe that, oh, we'll pack it all up and we'll move it. There's an entrance you don't move it. Whoa! What? It's such a big people talk to them. In addition, community members have been very particularly various in the course of their examination, and also reviewed supervisor at the elementary level by administering intelligent data tests to children who had it described by their teachers as troublesome mischievous and feminine instructors. That was the gateway. Goita. According to the committee, the test revealed that such troublesome children who were prone to process low IQ, further the children were interviewed and collusion was researched that these some troublesome children also possess less sound moral values. It wasn't until much later that the IQ test would be recognized as culturally biased. Like, I have someone in my life that keeps telling me about how smart this sister is. She's a genius. She has an high IQ. Good for her. I had mine tested, you know, right after my car accident, 2000. Well, my car accident was 2006 and 2007. I was tested, and they said I had an 89 IQ after a major car accident. And then in 2020, when I was after I died, I was going through a bunch of shit. I did an IQ test. 3 days without sleep, and 3:33 in the morning, and I scored 113. And I did it in 9 minutes, over 9 minutes. So when you look at an IQ test, it doesn't mean because you may have a few book smarts, but as far as life goes, you wouldn't even be able to say this because you're using into a narrative that follows with where you're smart. So when somebody has to say, "Oh, well, my sister has a high IQ, she's a genius," well, trying to compensate for something. So no, I'm not going to go around people who think they're better than me, and throw me around just because I don't speak English at the home or I don't understand what I'm saying. You're the epitome of the people that would go for a sexual sterilization. Which you might have a look at just because you talk so doesn't mean it's true. United Firms of Alberta. United Firms of Alberta, an agricultural lobby group, responded quickly to the survey and called on the government to draft legislation for life segregation and sterilization of the people. The weight of the survey's results, combined with the growing fear that new immigrants were inferior, had generated fears over the protection of the land. In 1923, undergoing pressure from the United Farm Alberta, Minister of Health, Honorable RGV, proposed sterilization of mental defectives as a preferable alternative to aggregation in, in, in in institutions, but concluded that public support would need to be developed. So turn them on. So right now, the people that are having actually unvaccinated people, they like the news. How do you like the turkey? How many maternal lunches do you have? I know some of them because they were responsible for this vaccine that I gave them. They said if they got a baby soon, that you can make it. That's their choice. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. And anyone else. United Farm Women of Alberta, a group affiliated with the United Farms of Alberta, launched a campaign for public support in 1924. The group's president, Miss Margaret Gibb, stated that democracy was never intended for degenerates. Oh, oh. So, in order to get rid of it, they have to destroy democracy. Yes. Yes. Wow. Of course, I believe would. No wonder they're trying to take all the food imported with them so that they control where they're going to start. In addition, group member Miss J.W. Field would go on to serve as secretary on the Alberta Genetics Board. This group would also recommend incorporating medical examination before marriage for all of the babies. You know, you're gonna find out you know, even like for to get married. I know someone who was going to get married and he was told that they had to go through some kind of therapy. And then I was told that I had to go through some kind of learning thing in order to do that. Seriously, who gave you fucking money as a show fucking other influences? In Western Canada, many influential citizens and interest groups campaigned for segregation and sterilization of fetal minors. Emily Murphy, the first female magistrate, Magistrate, for the British Empire, was a prolific and influential writer who organized meetings and addressed many women's support groups in support of Native Americans. J.S. Woodward, preacher and superintendent of all people's mission in Winnipeg, conducted and published studies on immigration and social response. Woodward's report concerning the quality of immigrants' aid in a public crisis. Together, these individuals published numerous articles in popular magazines and spoke at public meetings in support of sterilization. long as it doesn't affect you, you make you literally fall into my mouth, which that's the most disgusting one. Like if you look back at the tertiary civilization, the first American to make people believe that what they were saying was really happening. Because you have been infiltrated, exactly what they say they do. And I know that, TikTok affects the algorithms because everything stopped. And it was just, everything was going really fast. There are also ties to the University of Alberta. Dr. John A. Beechman, Matt Beechman, MNC, BACHRAN, founder of the Department of Philosophy and Psychology, is also longtime chairman of the Executive Board, and Robert Charles Wallace, president of the University of Alberta in 1934, was an outspoken supporter of eugenics sterilization. But, maybe they people that want to get or want to be extinct because that's what it would do. There are also live ties to the unit of the highest form of provincial government would show support. Premier John Edward Brownlee stated that the argument of freedom or right of the individual can no longer hold good where the welfare of the state and or and of society is concerned. Welcome to the time of genocide, except for um, so to the ones in the military, also you believe that you are protecting the people you're not you're protecting yourself. And if you believe that they should be extinct, people should be extinct, maybe your family should go first. Leave the feeble minded alone. They were doing well. Many other factors influence public opinion, including the creation in 1930 of the Eugenics Society of Canada, acceptance of sterilization laws in many of the United States, and numerous newspapers, magazines, and books touted sterilization as a remedy for practical problems. So to the one that, looked at me and said, oh, you really good kids, go fuck yourself. And what do you know about that? Sexual sterilization on trial. In 1995, Leah Manning Murr Leillani, MURI, sued Alberta for stigmatization as a moron, wrongful wrongful confinement, and sterilization. At the age of 12, an unwanted and abused child was admitted to the provincial training school for mental PTS. She was confined to the facility until 1965, when she left against medical direction. Years later, during struggles with infertility, failed marriages and depression, Vera would learn that she had been sterilized for a an epidectomy, APPENDCTOMY, while continuing to the PTS provincial training school. Further IQ testing would reveal that Murray did not suffer from mental deficiency. So there, they used an IQ test. But IQ tests, they identify certain things, and there's nothing there about actual life skills, because it's life skills not actually very important. So no, IQs don't always determine everything, but you'll say, talk to the person about something they enjoy talking about. You'll find out how fucking intelligent they really are. That's the problem. You don't do that. You figure they go with your norm, and whatever they think or how they feel or how they see something, it's got to be wrong, which is actually wrong. So who's the ignorant? The court ruled in favor of the plaintiff and awarded her $740,780 and an additional sum of $30,000 for legal costs. The proceeding case opened doors for other individuals seeking reparation for suffering under the sexual sterilization. Compulsory sterilization. Compulsory is a new one. It's a compulsory sterilization of Canada that individuals deemed with society inadequate was widespread in the early to mid-20th century. Laws based on the principles of eugenics led to the compulsory sterilization of thousands of individuals, many of whom were interpersonal persons with disability and intersex people. Intersex individuals is an umbrella term for people with sexual hormones or chromosomes that do not fit typical binary definitions of male or female. These biological variations can affect spleen chemicals, internal organs, or patterns, and we notice birth, notice at birth during puberty or later in life. inner sense of gender. Common variations include more than 35 distinct conditions such as cognitive hyperphobic or agent insensitive syndrome, medical concerns, historical equivalent activities, advocate against non-consensual Medicaid unnecessary surgery for infants to alter their sex traits. Yeah, I can feel that. It's something that's not getting right there. How's that working with you? Because, like I said before, what you do to me will happen to you. The legal bias for compulsory sterilization in the not the passage sexual sterilization act of 1928. The legislation allowed the sterilization of mental hospitals, inmates to prevent the transmission of disability, resulting in 203 hospitalizations prior to its repeal in 1972. Similar legislation existed in British Columbia from 1933 to 1973, affecting an estimated 200 to 400 people. Allegations of physically forced sterilization or sterilization procedures either not explained or present as reversible have been reported. Yeah, when I went from when I was 20, it was after it was finished. I had an own, I had two miscarriages and two children for free. And my last miscarriage, which was when I was 20, I was hemorrhaging from me and they come to me and they told me, hey, you have to sign this form because you think that you stop bleeding after you hysterectomy and you have to sign another form because they didn't have blood type available, so if they have to have blood transfusion, do that. Okay? I was under the impression that they were just five more tubes. Okay? There's different procedures. They can try them, clamp them, or they can burn try them. And I was under the impression that they were just tried because later in life, when I was married to settle down, ready to have more children, I would have it reversed. It wasn't until I started taking my paralegal course in 2003 where I found out that they didn't just tie tubes. They cut, burnt, and tied. So they made it basically impossible. So, maybe I should sue them for that. Because I was under the impression there was a 20-year-old woman, and I was just told that, I almost had to have her hysterectomy and transfusion because I was bleeding internally and I couldn't get it to stop. So I told my doctor, I just want my tubes tied. I don't want them cut, burnt, and tied. I just want them tied so that I can reverse it when I get into a stable relationship and marry and have more fucking children. But they took it upon themselves. Dr. Johnston. Yes, I did say his name. And it was Dr. Falansky who did my hysterectomy. Did I say her name? Yes, I did. I'm just saying who did it. If I'm sharing experience, well, you do what you will with that. It's not a lot. And how I found it out, we did a test. That's when I found it. Allegations of both physically and forced sterilization produced either not explained or presented as irreversible have been reported. In 2019, an investigation by the Standing Committee of the Human Rights of Canada was opened into the compulsory sterilization of. Prepared reports released in 2021 and 2022 concluded that the compulsory sterilization is ongoing, highlighting a risk of it to Indigenous, disabled, and marginalized women, in addition to institutionalized persons and intersex children. In 2021, Bill S-250 was introduced to amend Section 268 of the Canadian Criminal Code. Thank you, David. Oh, aggravated assault. That's right. Aggravated assault. Everyone commits an aggravated assault who wounds, mutes, disfigures, or endangers the life of the complainant. So I guess that's what it's meaning, because that's right there, section 2. Offenses against person. Yeah, that's it. Including for sterilization under the direction of aggravated assault. Right there, yeah. The bill was terminated when Parliament was prorogued, and dissolved in January 2025, and was later reintroduced as Bill S. 228. Killing by influence on others. No person commits culpable homicide where he causes the death of the person. Right? Oh no, that's a bill. S. Oh no, that's Bill S. 228. Like you. History of eugenics in Canada. Eugenics movement appeared in many European and American jurisdictions in response to historical social, scientific, and economic and political process occurring at the time. Francis Galton invented the term eugenics in 1883, building it from its Greek roots meaning good in birth or noble in charity. Eugenics was considered with the improvement of the human standard and focused on ones that would give the more suitable races or strain of blood a better chance of prevailing steadily over the less suitable. God damn, man, people, wake the fuck up. That's where your religion comes in, is it? Eugenics were considered with managing the direction human evolution could take. Natural selection, about which James Charles Darwin wrote, was insufficient to deal with the needs of modern society. How about you do your fucking job and help the people? There's plenty to go around, but you're too goddamn fucking greedy, right? You don't mind them working for you. You just don't want to feed them. If left solely to nature, eugenics argued the dangerous class who were thought to have a high volume reproductive rate would take over. The ones in a lot of people talk about the animals. Is it that we are the we are the feeble-minded, the undesirables, or is it that you just didn't want us procreating enough so that we could overthrow you and say, "Hey, we are not your bitches no more. We're on to you," because it was them who actually started genetics, manipulating DNA, and they never died because they knew how to transfer consciousness, and that's why they felt that they were the supreme. Yeah. There's one guy on TikTok who's always saying about all these actors and what have you, and people in power that are fallen angels, but yet I see somebody for him. So my question to you, like, when are you going to start coming forward and letting people know that you are a fallen angel? They always take and put the limelight on somebody else to defer their distraction. through that just right after COVID. It's a psychic dwelling, and people say, "Oh, well, that's not psychic." There's your church, spells, screwing you from behind, the clock of the walk, the giant, all-seeing eye, the God, the zoology coming from the skies, the earth. You know, you see all of the what you call chemtrails in here. You see the fire behind the box. Well, that's the earth, and that's God in the sky. The zoology, DNA manipulation. They tell you that you only function with 10% of your brain. Well, where's the other 90%? Oh, right. They're manipulating. And they're telling you that you are feeble minded. They're keeping you feeble minded. Hmm. Make them sick, will die early. You know, I said it. I brought it forward. You know, if you look in the Bible, I will bring the Bible forward because, you know, they say right in the beginning of Genesis in chapter 5 of how old the people were living to 900 to 1,000 years of age. They were living, but we're in a modern world with all kinds of medical equipment and your medicines and everything like that, and we can't even get past 75, the majority of the population. So don't you think there's something going on there? Because in Roman times, weren't they like they were coming up then? Or were they actually talking about what we're doing now? Because see, more and more children babies that are being born, they're coming in and like, they are the ones that speaking out and saying, "Hey, we're not going to be your bitches, we're not going to be your slaves." But you say, "Well, we need food, yes." But first off, you need to look and see who is actually making and producing food because it's sort of like not your higher ups. They're the ones hoarding it, and that's what your farmers are doing. You said it right in there. Why do you think they are manipulating everything so that you can't take a seed? I used to go through the tree, go walking, and if there was a crab apple tree, I'd eat the apple and throw the core in it and say, "Hey, grow." Seeds regrow, right? They fall off, they come back. They go on the ground, you know, you fucking flowers and everything like that. You don't plant them in nature, they fucking fall on the ground, and the next year, whoop, oh, they're there again. Fucking smarten up, people. So, yeah, stop fucking eating. Just stop eating fucking animals like you do. What do you think hunter gatherers do? Do you think they were fucking shoving meat in their face all the fucking time? No. They were mostly eating seeds, grains, vegetables, and fruit. The plant life. Where did I leave? Modern society. It left solely to nature, general surge, the dangerous class. He the dangerous class. With all due respect, we're the ones trying to kill us, right? We were just going through life happy as pig and shit. We realized that you were using us and We never had a life when we were sitting high on the hog. These ideas, which were prompted aboard, were quick to gain popularity in Canada in the early 1900s. So this is your government; these are your higher ups, the ones that can control of your food and your livelihoods and stuff like that. They're the ones saying you were undesirable. And if you would just go through the motions and say, hey, okay, we'll abide by you, it wouldn't fucking affect you. Nova Scotia was home of the first eugenics movement in county with the League for the Care and Protection of Feeble-Minded Persons was established in the province in 1908. Let me read that again. Nova Scotia was home of the first eugenics movement. Excuse me, confirmation. In the country when the League for the Care and Protection of Feeble-Minded Persons was established in the province in 1908. In Quebec, Ontario, and elsewhere, academics and physicians worked to enlist hereditarians, hereditarians, I know that word. Hereditarians to their ranks and publicly supported eugenics. So Nova Scotia was against it, but the physicians in Quebec and Ontario were all for it. The eugenics movement. That's the movement is against it. Or did I read that one? The first eugenics movement. Eugenics sought to actively support the reproduction of some women while at the same time seeking to ensure their cooperation in efforts to curb the reproduction of others through their support for measures like marriage regulation, institutionalization, and sterilization. Many eugenicists were prepared to support certain rights for some women to extend that these would help support the political and economical enterprise of nation building based on the inherent racial notion of who belongs. Officially, compulsory sterilization as a part of the eugenics movement in Canada began in the 1920s. Ideology worked to conceal the historical and material relations that gave rise to many of the social problems of Canadian society in the late 19th and early 20th centuries by allocating the cause to poverty, crime, and illness within individuals instead. People are in poverty because of the people that they vote into government. The people that they bow to. You say, oh, the crown, the crown. Really? Where do you think they got their vote? The lawyers, right? Oh, we're having these big charity balls. Well, most of the money that they get from the charity ball actually goes to paying for the charity ball. and very little, if any, actually goes into the people. Are you getting any more money? Are you getting any more money? Or are you being thrown pennies like the prostitute, like when people go to places where the prostitutes are and you're trying to be so thrown pennies? You're a fucking asshole for that. You're the disgrace and the prostitute is trying to make some money to you. Do you really think that the majority of them actually need to do that? If they do, those are the ones that really they need help. And you're just insulting me. With all due respect, you're the disgrace. It's like, yeah, I can feel that in my head. It's like, give me a minute here. Solo bien, Sarai Reto, Solo muy apare. There's me a language again. Sano Shalai Sarai, Matria Katai, Sibra Sarai, Kariam Mokre, several decades of it's like I can feel that the rage are screaming. It's like what they said, I'm accountable. Yes, that. So, there's somebody who doesn't want me at the house, but they'd be okay with it if I didn't, if I just spoke English. With all due respect, I'm speaking with spirit all the time. I'm speaking with God, and if you don't understand that, you can go shove your head up your fucking ass. Ideology worked to conceal the historical and material relations that gave rise to many of the social problems of Canada's Canadian society in the late 19th or 20th century by allocating the cause of poverty, crime, and illness within individuals instead. Adoption of proposed innovations like sterilization served as a cost-effective public health solution, allowing systematic explorations to be approved, private invest in interest to benefit and exploitative relations to continue. You know that there when you had the COVID, right? And the vaccines, when they were bringing them in, didn't they say they already had a lot of it already done? It was just a little bit more. So why was it that many countries around the world gave money to do it? Okay, hear me out. $100 billion US to bring about a vaccine that had already pretty much been constructed because they took it from the SARS and the wire or all the other ones that they had. But somehow you needed that. But big pharma or the government wouldn't give $100 million to the Alberta University to bring about a viable cure for cancer that would cost pennies. So it has nothing to do with, it has more to do with right around that time was the exact moment when the world started waking up. Because that was the true that was the true virus. It was the coronavirus. And like I said, there were independent scientists that were looking into that during the Spanish flu to see the connection. So right at that same time, they tried to give vaccines, but they worded it. They seen it the wrong way. They seen it as a bacteria, but it was the coronavirus. It was the waking up. So they had to put the sheep back to sleep. Because 500 million people died in the Spanish flu. That was called it was an extermination because it was right after the war. So the war didn't get rid of a lot of people, but they had to construct and get rid of more. But you'll tell me I'm bringing forward fake information. Really, go look into it yourself. And the ones that say, "Oh, it's been debunked" or "it's fact checker," those are the ones that don't want to know the truth because they always hide the truth and make it hard for you to find, right? And then when you find it, they tell people, they try to convince others that this person is really a feeble-minded and are the ones that need to be exterminated and taken out. See, if people don't get it, that I'm not here to ridicule you or make you feel one way or another, I'm here to help you survive. It's not me who needs my mention. It's that part of, hey, I'm going to go with the biblical aspect of the first step. And you say about Jesus, Jesus came to do this exact shit. But would you fucking listen? That's how he came to save you. In their effort, the eugenicists also encouraged the reproduction of the fit, namely women of Anglo-Saxon middle and upper class origin, fearing a decrease in the birth rate due to their increased access to education, the achievement of work outside the home, and raising infant mortality rates. Eugenicists sought to bring these women back home by enticing them to be enticing them to be crusaders to the eugenic cause. And that's what you're seeing with regards to these women. We're going back to the children and, Charlie Kirk and his wife, Erica Kirk. Oh, the traditional wife, the traditional wife. I bet Erica Kirk, you didn't fucking cook a meal a day in your life for him. Because I'm pretty fucking sure you didn't stay home with your kids if they were really even yours. Your Jesus wasn't talking about like that what he was saying with regards to the ones that we're going to call, he called out, are the very ones that teach this. Oh, yes, no, go stay home with your family, go stay home with your family. How about you share the fucking responsibility? If you have a child, a man and a woman has to have a child. Share the fucking responsibility. The woman wants to stay home and the man can afford it. Well, they can't afford that. And even if the woman goes out to work, you got a fucking pompous ass who says, hey, cook me my food, bitch. Don't forget to change the kid's fucking diaper and shut that kid up. I've been working all day. United Nations concerns we review. The 1999 International Conference of the United Nations Human Rights Commission stated that Canada is in violation of international law in its treatment of its Aboriginal people, and that the condition of natives in Canada is the most pressing human rights issue facing Canadians. But they're turning you on the United Nations when they say that they were in a violation. Maybe there are parts of the United Nations that was actually, they were infiltrated in there and they were part of the eugenics to sterilize people. But it's saying the international law, violation of international law. So my question to the United Nations and the International Law Court, why the fuck are you not stepping in? Gusto ko purita na saray na. The United Nations Committee Against Torture requested that Canada take action against forced sterilization in their 2018 periodic report on Canada. Reviewing reports from the 1970s onward, the committee presented two major recommendations that the Senate A, ensure that all allegations of forced or coerced sterilization are imperially investigated, that the persons responsible are held accountable, and that adequate readiness is provided to the victims. B, adapt legislative and policy measures to prevent and criminalize the forced or coerced sterilization of women, particularly by clearly defining the requirement for free, prior, and informed consent with regard to sterilization, and by raising awareness among Indigenous women and medical personnel of that requirement. The same concerns were repeated during the re-evolution of Canada by the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights and the United Nations Special Rapporteurs in 2019, RAPPORTEURS in 2019. Seriously? My channel is a spirit spirit, and I'm not directly talking to any specific individual, I'm talking to the spirits involved. And if you're feeling any kind of impact or what have you, then I guess your spirit is involved. Alberta. The most damaging sterilization program in Canada and Canadian history was afforded via the passing of the Sexual Sterilization Act of 1928. From the years 1928 to 1972, sterilization, both compulsory and optional, when approved by guardian or parent, were performed on nearly 3,000 individuals of varying ages and infanticities. Really? I can feel that. You're trying to close it off here. Bring it. Go to say that acknowledgement. I prepared myself for the likes of you. In total, over 2,800 procedures were performed. Initially, the Act only provisioned sterilizations where consent was given by the subject or legal guardian of the subject, depending on the capacity of the individual scheduled to undergo the operation. The 1937 amendment to the Act during the term of William Aberhart's social credit government. Did you hear that? People are talking about social credit. You live by credit, you know. You know, if you don't have credit, you can't get it unless you have the cash to pay for it. So your credit system is always there. And these ones that run around saying, "Oh, I can get this because I got good credit. I got good credit." Yeah, you have the ability to create that for yourself, but that money that you're borrowing on is coming from the other people that you're borrowing. So no, you don't have credit. You're taking from someone else. To be carried out without consent in the case of those deemed mentally defective. Sterilization of infants deemed mentally ill still required consent. At the end of World War II, while other eugenic sterilization programs were being phased out, Alberta continued on, even increasing the scope of eligibility for sexual sterilizations or for sterilization. They continued until 1972, when approximately 5,000 people were operated upon. Targeted sterilizations. Youth, minorities, and women were sterilized in disproportionately high numbers. Minors, because of their legal dependency on adults. If you don't want to take care of your children and then teach your children how to be independent to take care of themselves, please, that's when the person, you shouldn't have to be sterilized. It comes with parenting. But hey, you know, it's easier to allow the system to prune your children and then scream about it later because now your children are having fits. You know, kids want rules and boundaries, and you have to teach them that at a very young age. you scream that your government is taking care of your kids' things because you know that. So that's where, as a human society, that's where, you have to take accountability too. But first, in order to do that, maybe you should fucking wake up. Call the cattle! Oh, I have one upstairs. Well, fucking targeted sterilization. Were most always assigned as mental defectives, thus bypassing health. Targeted sterilizations. Youth minorities were sterilized in disproportionate numbers. Disproportionately minor because of the adults were almost always assigned as mental defectives, thus bypassing parent parental consent requirements. Alberta Indigenous people and Métis, regardless of age, were also targeted. Towards the end of the Alberta's sterilization program, Indigenous people and Métis made up 25% of sterilizations. Furthermore, those Indigenous ancestors were disproportionately assigned to local mentally affected which denied them their legal rights and made them eligible for sterilization without consent. Indigenous people. Now, to the Indigenous people, don't take this as just being you. I just explained because you will take that and you will run with it and you will say, see, we told you it was all Indigenous. No, it was actually other people. So let me make that clear. Mental disability, which not been legal rights and made them eligible for sterilization without consent. Indigenous people represented only 2.3% of our voters. General population was 6% of the institutionalized population due to systematic impediments such as poverty, discrimination, discrimination, and adequate access to education and health. Women, particularly those who were young, poor, and unmarried, were also disproportionately represented. They were thought to be at high risk for prostitution or, at the very least, prominency activities, promiscuity activities suspected of breeding further immortality. While it was conceded that sterilization would not change the behavior of these women, sterilization was intended to prevent them from bearing similarly defective prodigies. Why didn't you, instead of sterilizing them, why did you fucking help them? Because you're fucking greed. They were dipping into a pocket that you had already been stealing from the people. After that, 2,000 people were retained sterile by the Sexual Sterilization Act. Nature of the act was reviewed when Lieutenant Myra, a former inmate of the Manchester MICHEMER Center, also known as the Provincial Training School for Mental Defectives. We're fucking smarter than you did, because you stole everything from me. In 1971, that she had been sterilized. You know, people don't like my language. You know, I was once told by, it's not always wise, but he was wise in this. Sometimes you have to speak to people because it's the only language they understand. You can say that also. He said something like that. Speak the language and I understand. After being admitted to the provincial training school at age 10 as an unwanted youth child, when he was given a substandard education, she was inadequately designated and was designated as mentally defective in both the world. The people's not the world. They're only a moron, and the very people that want to be sexually sterilized because they think they're better than everybody else. Those are the ones that believe that they're now, and those are the ones that pursue the knowledge. And to the ones that want to say that they're witchcraft, how do you like standing in front of the rooms on the stage that's preaching to you using witchcraft? Because they are the very ones that want you sexually sterilized. They're just cash cows. That's what we're all wealthy. They preach about mortality. They preach about the family structure. They preach about how marriage, but yet many of them have multiple wives or husbands. Give us your money. We want you to give you your money. They say God tells you to give the money. How do you like giving them money that's killing you? Using to kill you, to sterilize? Because I have really yet to see an actual church really help people that they say they're there to help. I know. After being admitted to a mentally wrong in 1951 and 70, effectively nullifying for human rights. Even if you have a low IQ, you still have human rights because you're human. She was administrative powerful antipsychotic agent without any due cause, as she had not manifested any symptoms of psychosis during her incarceration at the provincial training school. They gave me lots of people for psychosis, so they started thinking uncontrollably. Like it caused me more problems in this than what their perceived psychosis was. I know what the psychosis was now, and it wasn't a mental health issue. It's very cool. And it's not an issue, it's an understanding. Eventually, she was given an impromptu IQ test on which she scored a 64. Shortly thereafter, she was taken before the eugenics board and sterilization was authorized pending her mother's consent, which was readily given. You know, there's two persons to pregnancy, right? And like it's not necessarily that if you have a low IQ that your child's going to come to me at a low IQ. So that's where you fucked up. Because your father could be a fucking brainiac. Or, you'll say it has to do with the parents, but it all has to do with the understanding how well a child is taught and understood. You treat someone like they're nobody. This woman was abused, a child of abuse, and you wonder why. It's like if there was a low IQ, you wonder why. It had nothing to do with the pregnancy itself. It had more to do with the fucking upbringing. But you're too fucking deaf and stupid to realize that, right? And you are the ones that say you're fucking smart. Am I insulting you? Probably. Or you just getting really fucking annoyed with me telling me that I'm stupid. Don't believe her. Don't forget, she was in the psychiatric unit. Yeah, that's because I was connecting with the spirit, the one that knows everything, but brings forward certain things. And you too do that. We're just not programmed like you. Shortly thereafter, she was taken before the eugenics and sterilization was authorized pending her mother's consent, which was readily given. Sorry about that, mother ought to feel foolish because, is it possible that she was the one that was abusing the child? In 1995, oh, I read that before, what damages for humiliation being labeled a moron and reversed extensive sterilization was awarded 750,000 and 230,000 together 1.84 million in 2025 dollars. Since the victory, another 1,300 cases have been opened. Several of them concern individuals who may have harmful mental disabilities. Things can skip generations and everything like that. Thomas Edison's son, who was part of this. British Columbia in 1933, British Columbia became one of, yeah, look where most of the addictions are. Like, you look at British Columbia, how they say that is. You look at Toronto, you look at Alberta, what people say about Halifax. I've been to Halifax, I know there's stuff that, I can say it, a lot of things that why things are the way they are, especially in conflicts. Right. In 1933, British Columbia became one of the two provinces to implement a clear eugenic and sterilization law, sexual sterilization. The Province's Sexual Sterilization Act, legislated in 1933 and repealed in 1973, closely resembled Alberta's 1928 legislation, allowing, although the practice differed. The Act created a board of eugenics consisting of a judge, psychiatrist, and social worker. The board was granted the authority to order the sterilization with consent of any inmate recommended to them by a superintendent, who, if discharged without being subjected to an operation for sexual sterilization, would be likely to produce a fair child who, by reason of inheritance, would have a tendency to serious mental disease or mental deficiency. Many of the individuals prevented from sterilization under the province's eugenics program came through Riverview Hospital, Essendale. In comparison to the 228, 2,234 individuals sterilized under Alberta's eugenics policy, historian Alex McLean has estimated that in British Columbia, no more than a few hundred individuals were sterilized. The disparity between the numbers sterilized in the two provinces can attribute in part of the lighter provision of the British Columbia Sexual Sterilization, whereas the Alberta legislature was amended twice to increase the program's scope and efficiency. British Columbia's sterilization program remained unchanged, although this appeared to have settled the issue. In the early 70s, the public would learn that coercive sterilizations were in fact taking place in New York in spite of the lack of legislation. Really, to get hair all over me more. But anyway, كنت تعيش and targeted people. Concept of race. How long been connected to dealing with Indigenous people in Canada? Eugenics ideology served as a convenient justification for the terrible circumstances created by colonialization, and it was instrumental in determining how to interfere in the lives of Indigenous people. This is in British Columbia. Innovations are often guided by the view that the less progressed were a hazard to society, and this justified drastic invasions in their lives. Initial measures advocated in the spirit of negative eugenics, including marriage, relation, self-integration, and sterilization, were all imposed on Indigenous people. Policy: the Canadian sterilization laws created an eugenics board that could impose sterilization on people without their consent. That's people in general. Like I said, to the Indigenous people, don't take this as being all for you, all yours, because it wasn't just true. the development into a familiar policy, the Canadian sterilization. They might be talking about this. So Canadian sterilization was created a eugenics board that could impose sterilization on people with under consent. This developed into a familiar practice, especially in relation to Indigenous men, women, and children. It developed into a familiar practice. Okay? In 1926, Adolf Lorenz of Vancouver stated, "Our sense of humanity is destroying humanity. We are allowing more and more of poor human stock to survive and reproduce." They call it stock. You have a stock market, right? So if they don't buy stock on you, then you are poor. Poor human stock to survive and reproduce. Sterilization was the best method to decrease the number of feeble-minded beings produced. Once the feeble-minded were sterilized and probably cured. Damn, people would accept that. I can tell when, they cause interference and they stop the algorithms and things like that because, a lot of the time this is stuff they don't want getting wrong. But see, the thing is, I know that it's getting like, we try to stop the algorithms. What you're doing. So we're humans, poor human stock to them. We're feeble-minded. We're defective, but it's all due to their experiments that they're doing on the humans. I have like a butterfly or something just constantly flying around in front of my window, sending in a distraction on you. In order to conclude who was a potential candidate for sterilization and institutionalization, intelligent tests were being overseen in schools, hospitals, and boys and girls schools. Intelligent tests were being overseen in schools, hospitals, and boys and girls schools. Whenever I go into the buildings, not always, but they're testing you there. That's why they give you these things to to fill out, to find out where you are. Because on not a test, but these forms to fill out, and one of it on there was, if you ranked 1 to 4, you were minimally depressed. Are you fucking kidding me? Seriously. You know, the desirables work. feeble-minded or defective people should take your theology and cram it so far up their fucking ass that, you shit for weeks, but you vomit out. Throw up your own fucking blood. Because you make people ill. I had a dream the other day. It was like, oh, great. And I was in, like, I don't, it was a hospital setting type thing, but it wasn't like the modern day hospitals. And they had individual in different spots. It was more old fashioned. It was like I was in back in time and I was observing these people and they were all vomiting up yellow stuff. It was like they were vomiting but it was all over. And they weren't just throwing up, they were intelligence tests were initiated in California, which also had the most active eugenic policy in the United States. Members of the Legislative Assembly of British Columbia, such as the Honorable William Sloan, stated California was the leader in developing and carrying out a eugenics. In accordance with the Act, only people who were patient or in custody of the institution as defined by the Mental Hospitals Act or the Industrial Home for Girls or the Industrial School Act would be affected by the Act. Is that like Donald Trump wants to real a lot of city signs because, like I said, doing this, people like to make them because they're just psychotic, and they're the ones that are putting people through this. In accordance with the Act, only people who were in custody and institutions mental hospitals act or the Industrial Home Rule or the Industrial School Act. The Industrial School Act, Ireland, 1868, or the Industrial School Ireland Act, 1868, was an act of Parliament which created industrial schools in Ireland to care for neglected, orphaned, and abandoned children, to prevent or changes in the religion of a child committed. Catholic and Protestant children were sent to separate schools. Would be affected by the act. These individuals were termed by the act as inmates would be involved or living in Esseldale, now known as Riverview Psychiatric Institution, or the Girls Industrial School for children deemed delinquent. In your school, do they really have no education? Because I think, that they say the teachers teach, but yet the teachers teach, but the students are not allowed to communicate with one another. They're not allowed to bounce different ideas off of one another to get a better understanding of each other's culture because you teach one side of it. So then people won't believe your side. So these people here are the ones that's, putting you against one another with regards to the vaccines. Even people in power, they're getting on the news and they're saying the unvaccinated people are the problem. Why? Is it because we're on you and we know that you're trying to implement the Sexual Sterilization Act, only secretively again, like we did in the beginning? This is the part of history repeating itself again. You know that, right? People? You know, the internet can create problems, but it can also solve problems. It can actually educate people. And when you bring something forward, that the ones that wants to keep you in a specific narrative, if you find something different from it and you challenge that narrative, that's when you start trying to sexually sterilize you because you are the undesirables. You are the feeble minded because that's what they'll tell people. They're feeble minded. They don't know what they're talking about. They're deluded. Why is it that they're pushing the Lulu on so hard? Because, most of the time when people do that, it's because they know that the person is being truthful and bringing forward the truth, and they don't want others to know that truth. Still no riesce, carai. Decision as to which inmates would be sterilized were to be made by the board of eugenics. Eugenics consisted of a judge, a psychiatrist, a social worker, who were appointed by the legislative government in council. The Board of Eugenics would receive recommendations from one of the above institutions. If the superintendent of the institution believed that the release of an inmate would result by reason of inheritance in having children who would have serious mental disease or mental deficiencies. Okay. So who there? Okay. So this is where the discrepancy of abortions. Seriously, do you understand that yet? So it's okay for them to poison you, to sterilize you. But if you wanted, if a woman wanted to have an abortion for whatever reason, that's frowned upon. They're allowed to sterilize you. Are you fucking people like really all together there? So for them to choose, it's not accepted. But for them to not have a choice and be sexually sterilized, it's okay. Are you people fucking all right? Like I said, you ask, do you hear yourself? Because maybe the government should be funding so that hearing aids are free, so you can put them in and you can turn it up so you can at least hear yourself. You're doing exactly what they set out to do, but you still ain't getting it, are you? Because you really don't give a shit. As long as you're fine, you don't give a shit about the next person, even if it's a family. You proved that during COVID. So instead of standing by your family, you stand by a fucking government official. Wow, you're pathetic. Didn't like that word. You're always saying it, calling people names. They say actions speak louder than words, right? So your actions are speaking quite loudly. The Board of Eugenics releases recommendations. One of the superintendents believe that the release of the inmate by reason of inheritance from having a child with serious mental deficiency. Recommendations were to be implemented and or to include a history of the inmate to support the institution's recommendation for sexual sterilization only may thereafter be examined or supervised by the Board of Eugenics. Okay, so if anybody has ever read the medical documents, you would know that it can be manipulated. I found many things in my medical documents that made me look like I was an incompetent, useless person that knew nothing. And I had all these mental health issues. So they would have assigned me, which maybe that's why, instead of just tying my tubes, you took it upon yourself to cut, burn, and try them. Because to you, I was a mental health issue. With all due respect, I know somebody who, they had to have both their breasts taken off because they had breast cancer, and because they just said, hey, I'm not going to change my diet now. Maybe those are the ones that are the problem with the system because they don't want to change them. Because that's how they think. It's that mentality that screws over the rest of the people. Like I said, you want to go get a needle shoved in your arm, that's up to you. But mind your fucking business if your neighbors don't. And if your friends or you know that person or their family members and you get fucking irritated with them and you don't want nothing more to do with them because they don't agree with your ideology, well fuck yourself, I'd be telling you. Go away now. People say, oh, we're pro-life, we're pro-life. This ain't too fucking pro-life, is it? Seriously. Is this fucking pro-life? Because it's the very people that talk about fucking pro-life that brought this together. If any of the examination of the inmate in the board of eugenics anonymously agreed that this person would be likely to produce children who would have a serious mental disease or mental deficiency due to inheritance, the Board of Eugenics could order in writing that the sterilization took place. But your problem with mental health and all of these genetic disorders and everything like that is constructed and created by the very systems that you go to. And they are the very systems that write you. So they create the problem. And then they kill you off because they didn't like what they proposed. And they blame you for the production of it. You know, I'm getting sick and tired of hearing people say about logic, but I'm really getting sick and tired of people saying about common sense. You'll go by this. You'll say, oh yeah, sterilization act. You know, the same people that will go by the sterilization act are the very same people that say that they're pro-life, but yet they don't like the other side and they want them exterminated. You know, I told, like I said, you know, I question the system, I question God, I question your Satan, your devil, whoever the fuck you want to sort of refer to. Cristo por emotion la creação ocean. Isso tudo é. They control what you watch. They make sure when you watch something negative that gets you hating on somebody, that they keep playing that over and over again. They programming, you're paying for your own stupidity. Right? Okay. If after the examination of the inmate of yours anonymously agreed that it would likely be producing something serious mental disease or deficiency due to inheritance, the board could order in writing that the sterilization take place. The Board of Eugenics would or could appoint the doctor who would perform the procedure. That's even against your constitution. And the first constitution in Canada was constructed in 1867. this. Right here. Constitution Acts, 1867 to 1882, or to 1982. Okay, so let's go here. Okay, fundamental freedoms: freedom of science, religion, freedom of thought, belief, opinion, and expression, including freedom of the press and other medium of communication, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. Okay, and then the democratic. Okay, so legal rights. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, and the right not to be deprived, therefore, except in accordance with the principles of fundamental justice. Everyone has the right to be secure against unreasonable search or seizure. Everyone has the right not to be adequately denied or imprisoned. Everyone has the right on arrest, okay, to be informed promptly and reason for, to retain and restrict counsel, to bear, okay, any person charged with offense. Okay, equal rights. Every individual is equally valuable to the people. Okay, so like I said, it falls under your constitution and it's been the whole fucking time. They've been violating right in your face. And because you don't know your own constitution, you will shit on the people who do know the constitution and they want it to be followed. But you'll tell them, oh, would you just shut up about that? Just go get your vaccine. It's like, go to your own, like, keep going, go to your slaughter. With all due respect, we're not the undesirables. We're the ones that keep your society going. But you'll say that it's not, because there are many mental health people with mental health issues that are actually there. And then the ones that they're working for are sitting high on the hall, but throwing pennies like they're prostitutes, like they're throwing pennies to prostitutes. So before you shoot on someone the way somebody is, maybe you should move away. Because the ones that want to preach about the Bible and how your Christ said you live under sin, obviously didn't get the fucking message of what it really meant. It wasn't saying that you were a sin. It was saying that you live under sin, systems integrated into society. So, with all due respect, how about you stop expecting other people to live under sin just because you're too ignorant to wake up? Sterilization is the word of the word to the doctor who would perform the procedure. To the doctor who would perform the procedure, you are in violation of the Constitution yourself if you did it. Wasn't it in the United States that they kept a woman off? They kept the woman was legally dead, but they kept incubating her so that she could carry the baby to a term that would be feasible. That if the board of eugenics believed that the inmate was not capable of consent, a spouse, guardian, or family member would be requested, given their for consent. It's some parents don't always have good intentions. The same as guardians. Because I'll tell you right now, had my parents, when I was in the psychiatric unit at 17, and they thought that, I should have undergone this, and my parents gave permission for that, yeah, it would be a decision that they would wish they hadn't. But I understand. Should somebody who can't even speak or feed themselves or anything like that have children? No. But my question would be, why the fuck is someone screwing them? Consent, a spouse, guardian, or family member would be requested giving their consent. If the inmate had no family, the provincial secretary, the predecessor of the superintendent of the ministry of the social services was to consent on the inmate's timeline. 1867, Canadian Constitution gives federal parliament legislative authority over Indians and lands ceded for Indians. I never said anything about that. 1870, Canadian residential schools in operation. Well, to the Indigenous people, just to enlighten you and allow you to know that it wasn't just you, it was anyone who did not speak the English language. 1872, Victoria Asylum, British Columbia First Asylum for the Insane opens. In 1873, British Columbia passes the insane asylum act. 1876, Canada passed the Indian Act. Why is it like, God damn, you're supposed to be fucking family. To the indigenous community, your ancestors were screwing my ancestors, and my ancestors were screwing yours. And it wasn't about rape, they were family. Because to enlighten you, your people were raping my ancestors' people, the same as you perceive my ancestors' people were doing it to yours. You were doing it to each other, and you were doing it to your tribes long before we even, or they even came over here. But that is a history that you don't want to look at because your own leaders were doing it to you long before. The same as the European leaders and British leaders were doing it to their people long before they come and interacted with yours, but you became family. So you're actually fucking screwing over your own family. I'm going to say it because the indigenous communities are the same people that will recite and say that the land belongs to you. You don't live on the land or off the land, you live with it. But you don't want that, right? I was somewhere, and there was a group of indigenous people within, okay? And I'm going to say it because people will say about colonialism, but you don't mind reaping the benefits of it if it benefits you. You don't mind going to restaurants. You don't mind going to a hospital. How about you? Okay, you say about how your life was before the European scholars come over. How about you bring back your knowledge, which it was never really was. It was still there. Your government, your governance just took it themselves and hid it so that they can make a profit off of what you class as the European settlers, which it wasn't the European settlers that really destroyed you. It was Edward Cornwallis, the British people that came first. And then they gave them money. So you're blaming the people that had no real idea of what really went down. I could reform a lot of these acts that you want to put in place because it only benefits you. But you need an act that actually benefits civilization as a whole. (1878) British Columbia's Victoria Asylum closed, and the provincial asylum of the insane is opened in New Westminster. Like, mental health, like psychiatric units, they should not be in a hospital setting because there's no healing to be had in that. You're locked in a fucking room. You're still behind the walls that you were trying to escape from. There's no fucking nature. There's no stimulation except for sitting in front of a goddamn fucking TV where everybody's got the fucking news. The very thing that fucking triggers people. You know, when you go in, when you sign, when you go and you put yourself and agree to be in a psychiatric unit, and you still 1 second, please. That was an appointment. Okay, so back to what I was saying that mental health facilities should not be in a hospital, right? Because there's no stimulation to the brain. There's no actual therapy. There's no actual culture. I was in one, two, three, four different psychiatric units. Hey, the most recent psychiatric unit I was in, I was in there for like 4 times in less than 2 years. And I put myself in there each time because I was going through a spiritual awakening. And they did nothing in there. They had a Zumba thing once, but that was because we had another girl who had said about, let's do Zumba. But there's nothing in there. And then you can't even go in the exercise room without them taking you in there for an hour. The kitchen got opened 3 times, roughly so 4 times for about an hour in the morning, an hour at lunchtime, an hour at supper time, and an hour just before you were considered it was bedtime. You couldn't go in the kitchen anytime you wanted. If you wanted water, you had to go to the nurse's station for them to give you a cup of water. And if you wanted in the kitchen to get, like, if you had apples or something in there, there's something you had in the fridge, if you wanted to get in and get it, you had to ask permission. They had to go let you in, and they stood at the doorway until you. So, how exactly is that beneficial or helpful with regards to mental health? It's not. Someone being outside is like a person being able to be outside is therapeutic. Oh, they'll say, oh, well, in the last one you were in, they had a little, like a little garden type thing, but it was surrounded. The whole building, it was in the middle of the building. You had a few benches to sit on and a couple trees or flowers or something like that. And if you wanted to exercise, you had to be like a fucking hamster and go round and round in circles. no birds, really, because there's no way for the birds to really get in because birds don't normally go in the sun. And then constructing these big hospitals are not helpful in the second. They're hoarding you. They're taking money from small hospitals, which are community driven, which, it's easier to access for family members when family members are in the hospital, right? Because it's a community hospital. But what do? They remove you from the family. There in COVID, people died, and they died alone because of family. And you call that humane? You call that fucking pro-life? I call that evil. I call that demonic. And people will say, you'll defend it. You will literally fucking defend shit like that. And I asked you, have you checked yourself lately? You are cruel if you believe that what was done there was appropriate. (1883), work therapy introduced in British Columbia's assignment. You're teaching work ethic. You're teaching them something. You're giving them something to look forward to. Do they still do that? Because they sure the fuck didn't do it in the psychiatric unit I was in. None of them. Oh, sorry. When I was in the youth one, certain ones of the kids, they would go to school. But I wasn't. But some of you will say, oh, well, you're not educated. I'm more educated than you, educated. 1883, eugenics, coined by Gallatin. 1897, New Westminster Asylum is renamed the Provincial Hospital of the Insane. The only like if you start talking about spirit or you start talking about what they tell people is a conspiracy theory, they continue to push ideology on people to believe that that person is psychotic and has a disorder. You don't know much about it. You don't understand. Why don't you step out of looking at something and see what the mental health is because you're trying to figure out a human body, right? Are you fucking okay? That's not how you figure it out. 1904, new mental health hospital opened in Coquitlam, or Coquitlam. Coquitlam. Can't pronounce it. Coquitlam, British Columbia. 1925, British Columbia Royal Commission. Okay, we're going to go past that with the timeline. We're going to go down the line. Recent court decisions in Manitoba have investigated the legality and ethical permissible of voluntary sterilization of the mentally disabled. focusing on those individuals find legally incompetent in 1990 and 1992. Courts outlined scenarios where an involuntary sterilization could be warranted, as stated by the 1990 decision. Three conditions are necessary for an individual to undergo any medical procedures. Like I said, if this person is so mentally disabled, why the fuck is someone having sex with them? Because to me, it's like mentally disabled, where they shouldn't procreate, are the ones that you're seeing sitting in the chair, like really disabled. And like I said, I would question, why in the fuck are you having sex with those people? And sadly, there are people who actually have sex with ones that are better and are just out of time. You're sick. You're the one that should be sexually sterilized, not the ones that, don't initiate, because normally they would not initiate sex because they, you know, aren't you supposed to be a competent one? Damn! What's that, boy? The individual must be informed of both the nature and risk benefits of the procedure. Okay, if they have to be notified, then they're not that mentally disabled. Because to me, totally mentally disabled to the point where, you shouldn't be having kids or something, you shouldn't be having sex with. Seriously. It's like, yeah, I can feel that. It's like you're attacking right over here. It's like, how's that working out for you? It fucking hurts, yeah, but just remember that it'll probably be putting more on you when it comes back. The consent must be voluntary, not the product of coercion, threat, or fraud. The individual, that was mine. It was deceitful because usually the doctor goes over the procedure that you're going to have, right? They say what they're going to do and what have you, but did I sign a consent form? Yeah, but it didn't have it all. I signed a consent form in the understanding that it was just my truth tied and not cut curtains. The individual must be competent enough to give the above consent. So, okay, they have to be competent. So, what if they're competent enough to say, no, I don't want that? So, obviously, if they're competent to know that they don't want that, then they're competent enough to have a child, correct? Individuals who are legally incompetent include minors and significantly disabled adults. So you're saying a minor is incompetent, so they can't give consent. So you take it upon yourself to do it anyways? Because they're a minor. A minor is under the age of 16. So you're going by like a few years, right? You're not offering them the help, right? You're just automatically saying you're incompetent. We can't allow you to have kids. With all due respect, the ones that wrote this should have never had kids. The ones who implemented the sexual sterilization should never have kids themselves. The decision reached a consensus that involuntary sterilization or sterilization with substitute consent, subletted consent, is only permissible if it has an explicit positive effect on physical or mental health of an individual. This is called therapeutic sterilization. Like I said, if that person were so disabled that they shouldn't be having children, then why is it that the person having the sex with the child, with the person that would impregnate them, is having sex? So you should be checking with those people instead of the ones that you're saying are disabled and shouldn't be having children. Maybe you should be going to the ones that are having sex. One such case involved was a seriously disabled girl with an erythrophobia to blood, who was scheduled to undergo a hysterectomy. Wait a minute. Let me read that again. Seriously disabled girl with an adverse phobia to blood. Do people know, like, after you have a hysterectomy, what it does to the blood? You never think. You know, they could do blockers with regards to that to prevent a menstrual cycle. But see, she has a phobia to blood. What if, she got hurt and she cut herself? The sexual sterilization wouldn't work for that, would it? Or did it happen possibly because somebody had sex with her? I'm questioning things. She can, yes, seriously disabled. I understand. She had a phobia to blood. Like I said, you can stop the bleeding, you can prevent pregnancy without taking the years. I got a hysterectomy because, hey, I couldn't have any more kids, and my periods were so fucking irregular. I went one time for the period for what was it, 2 years? But what caused that? Oh, right, it happened after my sterilization. Roughly 2. Yeah, I believe it. Well, it was quite a while, but people said you're full of shit. After I had my sterilization, I went quite a while without a period because there was quite a few times where I thought I was pregnant because of it. Because I know that when you have a sterilization, I know somebody who said they had a sterilization, but they couldn't have blood, and somehow they ended up pregnant. But, there was once when I ended up in hospital for 2 weeks because I was having really bad pains in my belly. And the gynecologist that seen me, actually, he was the one that told me that my tubes were actually burnt inside because he couldn't understand how an egg got through. And he told me that that's what was causing my pain. One such case of will be the blood scheduled to undergo the rationale of the rationale of the surgery was non-eugenic, but rather to protect the girl from the direct mental trauma that would likely arise upon intonation of menace. This judgment was seen to be on the very threshold between therapeutic and non-therapeutic surgical intervention. So they were riding the line. People even fight over, like they'll get it in court if they want to have them legally. I like pregnant selfish cooking. Ashley said, maybe some people maybe do. Many people who actually relate to and to all you pro-lifers, it is the very people that you look up to that created this. So there's your pro-life. So you're all pro-life. So let me ask you this: if you're all for pro-life and you're against abortion, because you're also pro-life, then why are you not fighting for these rules? You're more in individuals' faces about them having an abortion than you are with the ones who are actually killing masses of people over 30 land. That's who the fucking government people are very vulnerable. The decision also cites landmark clause case in subletted consent known as the Miss E versus E case. In it, a mother, Miss E, wished to have her moderately intellectually disabled daughter E sterilized to save her the emotional distress potentially caused by pregnancy and childbirth. Is that what you went through, ma'am? Miss E? Is that how you see childbirth? That's why I said sometimes the parents have ill intent. E sterilized to save her emotional distress caused by pregnancy and childbirth. Additionally, I was 15. I had just turned 15 3 months prior to giving birth to my oldest son. Mentally, well, she could always get a hysterectomy. She could always get a C-section. Or maybe you should ask her how she's like. Some parents say they have good intentions, but not all good intentions are good. Additionally, it was argued that Eve would neither be capable of using any other method of contraception nor caring for the child should she become pregnant. Right? Since sterilization was not especially therapeutic and carried grave physical harm and an intention in intrusion on Eve's intrusion on Eve's rights, Miss Eve could not be given the authority to have her daughter sterilized. It was then explored whether or not the government itself could make the decision using grace previous just judicis pernis picturis allows the government to make authorization in the best interest where no one's source of consent can be obtained. This includes children and mentally disabled persons. In the Eve case, the risks were deemed too high and the benefits too obscure to authorize a non-therapeutic sterilization of uterus justice. Yeah, whatever. Since a surgical sterilization is an just irreversible know there's people with Down syndrome that have children. And they're good parents. So Ontario, although eugenic sterilization was never instituted in Ontario, the issue saw considerable debate concurrent with the enactment of sterilization laws in Alberta and British Columbia. The formation of the Eugenic Society of Canada in 1930 sought to organize supporters of eugenics into a coherent group in order to make their lobbying of the government more effective. Founded in Ontario, the ESC boasted a large number of physicians in its rank, including Clarence Hickness, one of the most devoted proponents of the Alberta Sexual Sterilization Act. Other notable members included the governor, the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, H.A. Bruce, and admitted psychiatric Clarence B. Ferreira, who had been head of the Toronto Psychiatric Hospital since 1925. As social traits like criminality and promiscuity began to edge off the list of heritable traits, the ESC found itself adapting its strategy to that of drug control while maintaining a focus on economic benefit. Promiscuity. Do you know where most promiscuity actually comes from? It comes from a traumatic sexual experience. That's where promiscuity, because a lot of people who have been sexually traumatized believe that that's what the person wants, that's the only thing that the person wants, and that's the only thing they're useful for. So, hey, they just give them like a look. Sometimes it's a part of you're trying to fill that void, but you never know what void you're trying to fill. You're trying, sometimes it's through acceptance. You feel that, that's the only way you're accepted. Oh, good. Even said, usually I'll just had sex because that's all I thought I was supposed to do. But that was all that anybody wanted. I'm not afraid to share my story, but many people are afraid of me sharing it because it involves them. As social traits, likely criminality of literacy of found itself adapting a strategy of with control and maintaining. It garnered considerable support, but was never able to table eugenic sterilization effectively in the political arena. The ESC met its end shortly after the publication word in 1938, when a representative implemented the ESC and the Nazi Party sought to achieve similar goals through similar means. I said that earlier in this video. It is not surprising then that when World War II broke out in 1939, the ESC lost nearly all of its support. Northwest Territories in 2019, charges were brought against Dr. Andrew Kotaska, sterilized an Inuit after removing both of her fallopian tubes, despite only having her consent to remove them. This occurred in Austin, Illinois. This is the first documented case of a doctor being sanctioned for compulsory sterilization in Canada. His actions were found unethical by investigators. So there are, like I said, there are still some doing it. Like that doctor that was supposed to only tie my toes, but took it upon himself to cut dirt inside them. And why did they? What happens there is because your doctor sends things to them, and every time your doctor sends stuff to another doctor, they put in there your mental health state. Why is that? My mental state, my mental health state, had nothing to do with me requesting to have my tooth tried, but more to do with the fact that I easily got pregnant because I was producing and I was very fertile. And birth control never worked for me because I was on birth control when I got pregnant. 2 at the time. For my youngest child, it wasn't to entrap his father, but I believe I was trying to replace something I had lost. And no, he wasn't a replacement. Like you say, oh, yeah, we're replacement. No, because I wouldn't change him for this. Because he and I might have a little differences. But he's still a very good person. You know, we say sometimes we want to change who we have our children with. But it's that part of it. Our children with that person. We are meant to have our children with that person. And I never regretted my own. I don't know why I think it's trying to get in. Saskatchewan. Joshua never passed legislation regarding the use of sterilization. However, eugenics was popular during the province's history. In 1921, individuals deemed mentally defective were institutionalized in a mental hospital outside of labor. The assistant superintendent, A.D. Campbell, believed that feeble-minded individuals should be separated in childhood and removed from areas where contamination of normal people suffers. God. So the very fucking people that you look up to, holy shit, man, those fucking leaders of society is a fucking mess. God damn it. This is ugly. Oh, don't use the Lord's name in vain. God damn it, God damn it, God damn it, Jesus Christ. Following Alberta's Sexual Sterilization Act, public opinion showed to be in favor with the possible implementation of a similar act in Saskatchewan. A year later, in 1929, a coalition of conservatives and progressives, the cooperative government, said the Liberal administration. Among their plans for public health issues were plans for sterilization. The Liberal administration. A year later, creation of creation of conservatives and progressives, the cooperative government ousted the Liberal administration. Among their plans for public health issues were plans for sterilization. Okay, well, let's take a look at Mark Carney then, because, he'd be wanting to sexually sterilize his own child, correct? If that's the way you're looking at it. In 1930, a sterilization bill was in process of becoming law. However, it was overturned with the information of a new government. So one government is for it and the other government is not, because it's against human rights. And earlier, when I read about the UN saying that it is against human rights. The amount of, in 2017, a report revealed that several Indigenous women were coerced and pressured to have sterilization during labor at Saskatoon hospitals. So that's the part earlier where it was said that what they will do is they will catch you in vulnerable moments during labor. Seriously. The amount of forced and coerced sterilization and those pretending pertaining to Indigenous women is not documented. There is evidence that these forced procedures are occurring. Two hospitals in Saskatchewan, Fort Appeal and North Battleford, are known to have had sterilization form and were documented. Although the true number is not known, there is further evidence that the provincial government of Saskatchewan were aware of unsanctioned sterilization procedures included. The most recent forced sterilization occurred in 2018. This is why I encourage people, people say, oh, well, TikTok is not a place for this. TikTok, I seen one woman write because a woman came on here and said about after her son's and his girlfriend or wife had a child, and the woman had rules for the grandmother. And a woman commented and said that it's not a therapist. You know, that TikTok is a way better therapist than a therapist itself. Because there are many people out there that actually believe and understand the another. It's called therapy. It's a group support. Not trauma bonding with one another, but learning from one another's experiences, helping one another overcome their traumatic experiences, overcome their PTSD by sharing your own stories. Seriously, put your story out there. You want to break the matrix? You want to expose the systems? Truth in? Put your story out there. Stop being afraid. Stop worrying about how your neighbor's going to judge you because they've seen you on here telling your fucking life story. Just look at it and say, yeah, and it takes courage to do so. And don't be ashamed of it. Yep, and I heard somebody use it against you. Let them try. Just say, hey, I already confessed to it. It's on there. You want to find it? Go on your channel. Put it out there for people to hear. So why would you be ashamed of it? Why would you say that it's like or even think that they would be able to hold it over their head anymore? It's out in public. What do they got to hold over your head? Quebec, reports of forced and coerced sterilization in Quebec emerged publicly in the early 2020s, particularly involving Indigenous women. In 2022, researchers affiliated with the University of Quebec, released a report documenting testimony here of the University of Quebec and Aboriginal, or not Aboriginal, maybe it is, it's in French, UNIVERSITE with the DU, Quebec, EN, AB, ITIBI dash TE with the thing over top, MISCAMINTE released a report documenting testimony from more than 35 First Nation and Inuit women regarding forced sterilization and imposed abortions in Quebec between 1980 and 2019. The report documented at least 22 cases of alleged forced sterilization and described the practice as part of a broader partner of systematic discrimination in healthcare. There's many people out there that have experienced the same thing I have experienced, where they thought they were going in for one procedure, but not knowing that it was a different procedure altogether. So that wasn't forced. It was fraudulent. It was medical malpractice. It was much the same as implementing a sexual sterilization, the sexual sterilization, because they actually sterilized me when just having my tubes tied would not have sterilized. The Standing Senate Committee on Human Rights later stated that forced and forced sterilization continued to occur in Canada despite the repeal of early eugenics legislation disproportionately affecting Indigenous women and other marginalized groups, what they call the single group. You know, they called you every fucking thing. And you really think that when you're sitting in with a doctor or psychologist that they are looking at you like a fucking human? They're looking at you as stuff. Not saying we're all doing, but this is a prime example. And if you think that they don't teach about the Sexual Sterilization Act in medical school, they most likely do because that's part of medical history. So I'm going to do what you will with this. Now, it was 5 hours, 30 seconds at the time I said this. So for 5 hours, I spoke about sexual sterilization. And you think it's for this? So with that being said, I'm sending my love to you guys. It's very good at letting you know which will be great for the true kind yourself. You know that you have more strength than you. It's time you stop looking at it's time to look deeper. And like I said, to all you pull overs, maybe you should do sexual sterilization because you're following very people.